welcome back to my live stream. Again, my name is Owen Bickford. I'm working on an app called LiveShowy, and I'm making progress. I didn't know if I was actually going to have enough kind of mental bandwidth to do this today. And I was trying to solve some problems that started to come together right the past 15 minutes or so before I started live streaming. I was really starting to think, okay, should I really struggle this much on the live stream? So just to recap kind of where I've been over the past couple of weeks with LiveShowy particularly. I guess I'll focus mostly on last week. So I'm building up authorization. So this will be role-based authorization for the app. And with a little bit of help from the Elixir community, I built up a module that will it will list all of the events that have been configured or compiled for any given LiveView module. And so that makes it very easy for me to do what I want, where I can create a role that has many live permissions. Each live permission has a module, so that's an atom for whichever LiveView module that we want to apply restrictions around. And then the live permission will also have a list of events or an array of events. So those are just strings. And I got a little bit of help, like I said, from the community on how to solve this using compiler features. So whenever the app is compiled, it will basically take all of the handle event callbacks, look for the first argument, which is the string, submit, change, all the different kind of arbitrary strings you can create for those handle events. And then it will create a function on each module called compiled events. So that will return a list of those events. So it's pretty slick, pretty cool. If you're curious more about that, I think I covered that last week. What I'm doing this week is more focused on UI for authorization. I've got things working a little bit better than they were about an hour ago. And yeah, so I want to kind of chip away at this a little bit. And if things just don't, if I kind of get stuck again, I think what I'll do is I'll kind of put a pin in this and then come back to it later and work on maybe some other more fun features, something a little bit more enjoyable. This has been fun. It's been fun to kind of tackle this problem. It's doing. It's a little bit complex because a role uses embeds for live permissions, and I think some of the complexities would be about the same if I was using associations instead of embeds for those live permissions. At this level on the form, I think it would be kind of roughly the same amount of complexity. But I guess without any further ado, I'll go ahead and start sharing so I can explain what's going on here. So this is the Manage Roles module or LiveView over here. And this is, this is my project board for LiveShowy. And this is the issue or the thing that I'm working on currently, which is role management within the LiveShowy app. So the UI that I've been working on, it's changed a little bit since last week. I have currently a table of roles. So currently the app only has one active role. I'm filtering out anything that's not active, any roles that are not active here. So it only shows roles that are active. Of course, I'm doing that here with enum filter because there's not a whole lot of, there may be, in a few years, there may be hundreds of roles, but I think in the near future, maybe dozens is more likely. One thing I might want to refactor is going in and adding dynamic where clause and that kind of thing. I've got a couple of ideas. I've kind of done that a couple of different ways, adding arguments for where, order by, limit, that kind of thing. I think I may want to clean that up a little bit. That's something I've done in other apps, but for now, I'm just filtering out any roles that are not active. So that's what's happening here. I'm also listing all LiveView events, which is a function in the application module. So for each module, so we list our modules here. So it takes LiveShowy, runs through application spec, and then gets the modules. And this function, list LiveView events, it does a couple things. So it first of all, it lists all of the modules, then it filters those through another helper function to look for any modules that have the LiveView behavior. And if they don't, then they're kind of excluded from this list. So that's the first thing that happens is we list all modules. We only care about the LiveView modules. And then the outcome of this for comprehension is going to be a reduce. So it's at the end of the day, it's a map. So the map is labeled result in this case. And using for comprehensions, this is something that I'm getting more comfortable with for comprehensions. I traditionally would use enum, map, and reduce, and filter and that kind of thing. You'll see that still in a lot of places, and it still makes sense to do that if you're doing something relatively simple. But if you're kind of looping or if you're iterating through a list that you also want to filter and you also want to reduce it into a single value at the end, for comprehensions are actually very powerful. And there was actually a recent blog post from Mitch Hanberg about this. Let me see if I can find it off screen first. It's over. Just looking for the link. I had here we go. So this article is really helpful if you're not kind of sure how to do more than just iterating over a list with a for comprehension. This is going to be a helpful article. And so it's again from Mitch Hanberg. Don't get me lying. I almost want to guess where he works, but I'm not entirely sure. So anyway, yeah, this just go to mitchellhanberg.com, spelled like this right here, and then you'll see an article for the Comprehensive Guide to Elixir's List Comprehension. So it kind of goes through all the different things you can do. I'd actually kind of refreshed my memory just a few weeks ago, I think probably while he was probably tidying up this article. But I would definitely recommend it. I could probably still learn a couple things out of this. Yeah, it's like bit strings. I'm not working with those on a regular basis, but those might come in handy later on, or I might need to work with bit strings, and doing that within a for comprehension might be very handy. Also, another nice thing would be to kind of combine list. You can do that with for comprehensions. That's something I want to tackle again later when I have a use case for it. So back to the module over here. I'm listing all of the modules. I'm filtering out anything that's not a LiveView module, and then I'm saying that I want one result out of this to be a map. So that result map gets updated with each LiveView module. We put the key, which will be the module name. That's an atom. And then the value for that is going to be the compiled events. So anytime you say handle event, the first argument's a string, and this compiled events function will return a list of all of those events. Just that first argument, it's a list of those first arguments within that LiveView module. And so what this gives me is a nice map that I can use to kind of pluck out those event lists whenever I'm building up the form. So you'll see that here in a moment. I'm building up an initial change set, which will start with an empty role and no parameters. And then I'm also listing the available statuses because the role has an enum So it can accept either active, inactive, or deleted. And instead of manually keeping that up to date in this authorization module, I just take that ecto-enum. I ask for the mappings for this column on the role, and that returns that list of active, inactive, and deleted. So those are the things that I need, at least so far, to build up the form. So I list all of the roles. That actually winds up in a table. I've got the the available statuses. So that will show up here in this status dropdown or select control. I have the change set, which is used to kind of drive the form. I have the list of LiveView modules. So that takes the keys from that LiveView events. This LiveView events may be kind of, maybe I need to update the name on that to make it more clear. But other than that, we also list all of the compiled events so that I can fetch event names from that list more easily. So that's the mount function. Then in the render, this is where I'm starting to kind of piece together what you see on the right side of the screen. First thing is I've got a couple of heading components that I've built. Those have been around for a while. I've got this new roles table, and I'm thinking about converting this away from a table and more to like a grid, so it can be more flexible across screens. Like if this page were viewed on a mobile device, the table is going to really kind of struggle to fit smaller screens. It's okay sometimes because you can kind of swipe across to view kind of very long table information, but I think I want this to kind of shift its shape a little bit as it moves across smaller and smaller screens. But for now, it's doing what I need to do on the desktop, and it's listing each role from that list. I'm defining adding a few buttons here that will trigger events within this module or within this LiveView. So you can edit, you can delete, or you can duplicate a role. Edit just opens sets the role as the change set here. So it will show, we'll take a look at that here in a second. Delete will basically update the status of the role to set it to deleted, and that way it would be hidden from this list. And duplicate, I haven't implemented yet, but duplicate would basically kind of clone or duplicate the role, so you could kind of modify it if you didn't want to like start from scratch with every new role. So that's the roles table. I think it's pretty straightforward. Aside from the buttons, the other stuff here is we're just rendering the label, the status, and then I'm map joining the LivePermissions and just kind of rendering the roles for each one of those. This is working okay. I think it's a little bit verbose. I'm not sure exactly what information I would want to see here in this table. It may not even make sense to list all of the modules. I don't know. I think I want to kind of play this by ear and leave it as minimal as possible for now, and then iterate on it later on as the application actually has users and that kind of thing, or as I've used the application more. By the way, the thing I'm working towards with this whole role-based authorization system is, once I'm done with this, I would like to have collaborative spaces where, I guess at the outset, there may just be one collaborative space that I can use for demoing and kind of checking latency and how well this is going to work across the internet. But initially this will be like a kind of a global role-based authorization where I can assign, let's say I want to invite a friend to join and kind of play MIDI music with me through the internet. Then I could give them a musician role, and if I wanted to allow other people to watch or be like an audience, then I could give them guest or audience roles, and I could define those things. This role-based authorization system will allow me to define very granular or semi-granular access for the things that users can do generally within any given LiveView. So that's going to be really cool. It does seem like the design of the role-based system is going to work really well for at least that component. And then the thing I was kind of struggling with earlier was how to render some of these things in the form. But as you'll see here in just a second, it's actually working quite well now. So before I show you the interactions here, I'll take a quick walk through the form. So it takes the change set. I define a couple of events that are going to be triggered whenever the form is changed or submitted. And then I know a little bit about CSS, so I'm defining this as a grid currently. I'm thinking about maybe adapting this a little bit differently, but for now it's a grid. It's a grid with 2 columns, and I'm using Tailwind's arbitrary class definition, so I can, instead of saying grid calls 2, that would create 2 equally sized columns. What's important here is I want the label column to be as small as possible, so that the other column can grow, as wide as possible. Now, just real quickly, if I wanted to simplify that a little bit, this is what it would look like. So if I use grid calls 2, then like I said, you have 2 equally sized columns here. It's not really bad, but you'll see as we, it's even not really too bad once we're editing a role. So the only thing is it kind of breaks down a little bit whenever you get to a smaller screen size. Some of this doesn't quite fit on the screen, but that's okay. It's something probably to be solved a little bit later on anyway. But that's why I'm going to go back and just render this as basically min content will be the minimum content size for this column on the left, and then the right column will fill up the remainder. Okay, so, and then other than that, I'm just defining a gap between each row and column so that it looks kind of nice and that things are not hitting up against each other too much. I've got a handful of fields. I don't know if you noticed, last week I was using the field component. I just switched these up to be a field context because I don't necessarily need the label and the select to be wrapped in a div. I just want to kind of define the context for the label and the select and the error tag. Before I was using field instead of field context, and then I had to apply class of contents so that so basically the div would kind of disappear for the CSS, and it would render the label in the column number 1, and then the select or the control would be in the second column. So anyway, field context helped me simplify that just a little bit. Okay, so that's field context. The really fun thing, the frustrating thing, the kind of bewildering or befuddling thing has been rendering not really the embedded schema or like fields for that embedded schema, but rendering the list of events. So first of all, what I'm doing is within each role, there's a key of LivePermissions. So this inputs component basically kind of takes that that list of schemas, which could be an embed or could be an association. For the form, it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of under the hood. So it will render kind of fields for that nested structure or schema for each one of those. And then what I'm doing here is I'm assigning so this is let. It's kind of semi-documented, but in a nutshell, what I'm doing is I'm assigning a new variable called permission for each one of these so that I can use that a little bit further down here. So I was kind of debugging and trying to understand the structure of what was happening here. So I do have a kind of a inspect that I'm going to keep hidden for now. It's not important for the live stream. And then, so for each live permission, there's the module name. Again, that was an atom, but it can be rendered as a string. And then the options for that are going to be a full list of LiveView modules. And you know what, let me go ahead and open this up here so you can see what I'm talking about. So this is the module component, or the module control. So the options that are rendered are all of the LiveView modules, but the one that's selected is whichever the value is of this module. So that's all. That all is configured under the hood. I don't have to come in here and like loop through each option and say, selected if module is in this module, or like the module value is selected. I don't have to do all that complex comparison stuff. That's abstracted away for me, and I'm really grateful for that. And then I think I mentioned this last time, I'm triggering a Phoenix change here on this particular field so that I can update the events list here. And the way this works is anytime I change this module name, it will update the events list. And that way I can see all of the events that are defined for the selected module. So pretty cool stuff. Landing Live doesn't have any handled events defined currently, so that's why that list is empty. Other than that, because this inputs, so this is looping over all of the live permissions here, so you'll see that we have 2 live permissions listed within this role, and that's why you're seeing 2 different permission controls here. You got a module and events for each one of those. And actually, if we take a look at the database for this add device module, you'll see that it has submit as one of the values. So this is actually JSON in the database. I'm going to pull this, I'm going to think I can just pull it over here. So the add device module only has 1 event enabled. So this would be the event that would be permitted if this was a real role. Any user with this role could go to add device. So add device would allow them to render and mount the module, and then events would allow the user to interact in some way. Hang on, my camera just turned off, I think. Hang on a second. Okay, so I did a little bit of rearranging after a storm last week, and I'm not sure if the camera's getting enough juice from the thing it's plugged into. Probably not. So if you lose me again, I may have to sort that out. Anyway, so what you see here, the selected values will be any events that are enabled for this. Now, as I change this should update the change set. I haven't fully implemented all of the changes here. So some of this is working now. Like if I change the, the module, you'll see the events list get updated, and that's the new thing. And it works pretty well. So from here, I think what I need to do next is, I'll kind of walk you through how those events are being rendered. So this feels a little bit hacky. This is kind of the solution I came up with just before starting the live stream, but it's working. So initially I was trying to render checkboxes for each event, for each available event in a module, but it wasn't working. And I was trying to get the events from, the selected module. I was trying to get that from the change set, and it just wasn't working the way I wanted it to. So I opted to simplify things a little bit, and went with a multiple select control, which honestly is just fine. I think it's kind of almost, 6 one way or half a dozen the other. So in other words, no difference here really. So so by the way, with the multi-select, this is kind of like a drop down, but you can actually toggle multiple options by holding either Command or Shift. Okay, so my camera has gone offline. Just bear with me for a moment. Okay. So I'm running out of outlets on my my battery backup, so had to disconnect one of the lights. So slightly less well lit here, but I think it'll be fine. Besides, you don't want to necessarily see all my face. It's not the most important thing. So let's see, just 1 second. Okay, so you know what, if the camera runs out of, if it's not actually charging, then we'll have to just deal with that later. So, where was I? So what's a little bit hacky about my solution here is the there's a couple of different ways that the module could show up whenever you make a change here. So whenever you initially open up a role or hit edit, the module is going to live in the data field under this permission, and it's kind of like a nested form structure. But whenever you change that value, it's no longer the data module that will actually get, that will become nil. Whenever it's changed, it becomes, it lives under the params field. And in that case, it's actually a string key. So you have to kind of access the module a little bit differently. But the hacky thing is I grab whichever value is available. So it tries params module first. If that's not available, then it will reach into permission data for the module. So whichever place it finds it, I don't really care. But at that point, I should have a module name, and then I call compiled events. So what that does is, for whichever module is selected, it takes that atom of the module name and then runs the compiled events function within the module. And that way it returns that list of strings as the options here. So hopefully that makes sense. As I change the value of the module, the events are listed from whichever module was selected. So hopefully that all works out in your head. So the function that actually kind of triggers all those changes is this updates events handler. So there's a few fields that I'm not actually using anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that variable that's not used. Let's see. I'm not actually using the current user either. I don't think. Maybe I was. No, I needed the form actually. Okay. So, yeah, because I was actually using the form. Okay. So what happens here is the second argument that comes through here has a bunch of data, but the first thing I really need to do is grab the target field. And this is the structure of that value. So first, it's a list. The first element is the form name. Second element is the embedded form name. The third element is important here. It's the index. And yeah, that's necessary. And then the last field, or the last element, is the field name. Most of these I don't really need within this function, but I just needed to pluck out the index, which comes out as a string. So then I convert that to an integer. And then the module is I take this form, and then I use the built-in function called getIn. So this comes from the kernel module, and it takes that list of keys and it looks within the form to get the value from that list of keys. So it's a way of kind of getting a deeply nested value out of maps or anything with access support. And then it takes that value and converts it to an existing atom. Now this could blow up. I could run into an error, but I'm going to deal with error handling a little bit later. So for now that it works. Hasn't blown up yet. And then what I do is I kind of initialize a new permission. So this is a map that has a module and an empty list of events. So this is basically saying that no events have been selected for this module. After that, I go into the change set. I get the field called LivePermissions, and this function is really handy. Actually, I think I saw this a while back and haven't had a real use case for it until now. So this LivePermissions key, it kind of at different points, it could live within either the data key of the change set, which is like the role schema or the role struct. But once I start making changes, LivePermissions could actually move into I think the params or the changes key. So instead of me kind of checking this place or that place and getting the value from either one, this change set function does that for me. So it says within the change set, there's a field somewhere called LivePermissions, either in data or within changes. Either one is fine. So get that field or get the value for that field. And then I take each of those LivePermissions and run it through this map from struct function because those are initially they could be a LivePermission schema and those can't be rendered into the form HTML. So at that point I have a list of maps for, each map has a module and a list of events. And then within that list, at the index where the module name was changed, I put the new permission in the change set. So this is the new list of permissions where I've taken the existing LivePermissions, I've converted it to a list of maps, and then at the index of the where the change happened, I put in a new permission with the new module name. So that's live permissions, and then I I build a new change set for the role, taking the initial change set data, and then I assign a new key for live permissions. So this will validate the embeds as well. And then I put the change set into the socket. It looks like the camera is not even charging from its own charger, which is confusing. So maybe it's just a problem with the battery, which would be annoying. Just one moment here. Okay, so I'll probably take a break in a little while so I can fetch a battery, because I think what's happening is the camera needs to charge the battery, but while it's on, it can't charge from that particular adapter. It can't charge it fast enough to outpace the drain from running the camera, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so hopefully that makes sense. Anytime the module name changes, I'm rendering a list of events, and I'm also updating the change set with a new list of permissions. So it works for now. I wonder if maybe there's a way to improve that, but it's kind of doing what I need it to do here. So that's fine. The other event handler here, so this is whenever I hit the edit button, it triggers this edit role event. So I take the role ID that was provided, I get the role from the authorization module, and then I assign a new change set with the role and empty set of params. So basically this will take the role and basically it's not trying to make any changes to it before we start changing the fields here. And then the delete role function, or the delete role event, so it takes the role ID similarly. It gets the role, it updates the role with the new status of deleted, and it also puts the current user's ID in the updated by column. And then it, instead of fetching the full list of roles and updating that assigned here, which would kind of trigger a re-render of the full table, instead of doing that, I'm updating just the role that was changed. So I run that through a custom, or like a private helper function down here. So it takes that list of roles and then it has the updated role. So it loops through each role, and if the role, if the role ID equals the updated role ID, then it returns the updated role. Otherwise, it returns the existing role. So let's see, I think I've also got, so that function is being used. Okay, so that's the delete role function. And then this is my fallback handler here for any events that have not been implemented yet. Like I've not implemented the regular change event or submit or anything else really. So like for example, if I changed, bring this up a little bit here. So if I change the status, it triggers a change event, and we get all this data here from the form. So that would be the payload argument. But I've not built a handler for that just yet. But you know what? That could probably be the next thing I do. So let's try that. So the first thing I'll do is I'll just return the socket unchanged. And then I'll inspect the payload so I can understand how the data is structured. Okay, so with a simple form and no role loaded, that's what it looks like whenever you make a change. So I've changed the status. And yeah, so this is the role form, and it will show all of the fields for the form. Now, what if I have that role, like I'm editing a role? What happens here? So every time I change, it will trigger the change event. And then I have a more complex structure for that role. So there's a couple things that are helpful here. Like there's the target attribute. So this is what I was using earlier to get the the map to the field that I wanted. But that's not what I'm going to do here. Here, what I really care about is the role. So I'm going to go ahead and pattern match on that. And then I'm going to inspect the role whenever it's changed. So that's the shape of a very basic role. And then what if I make a change to an event here? You can see that as I select multiple events, they show up in a list for the events key, which is really cool. That's what I want. So I think I may be able to just send this in as the parameter for a change set. So let's try that. I'm going to try a change set, role change set. And then I need to grab the existing change set. And then what I want for the first argument is the change set data. So that should be the initial role schema. And then I'm going to just try passing in that role map. And then let's see here if this works. I think there's also a trick where you have to do I think you have to apply an action so that you can see the errors rendered. Oh, that was not right. Let's try it without. Okay, so we're breaking something here. Okay. Let me try just returning the socket unchanged and then inspecting the change set. I don't even need to label because it's going to show up as a change set struct. Okay, so I've for a brand new role, I've added a label of test. So it shows that change here. We get errors. I wonder, let's see, I'm going to update this just a little bit here. You know, I'm going to go ahead and add debounce because I don't necessarily want to check every keystroke. I want to make sure that it's kind of waiting until things have slowed down a little bit. And now that I've done that, I think it has to be applied to the field and not the whole form. Yep. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to take that and put it on the label control. So now we'll see that change set being triggered only at once every second. There we go. That's a little bit more sane for the server to handle. Okay, so right, so we're getting the right errors because I've not added any live permissions yet. And this function or this button here, new permission, doesn't do anything. Same for new role. Those have not implemented those events just yet. Let's see. So the change set, I think, is correct, but it doesn't have params. And I think that's why I was getting the error from the place where I'm trying to in the form. Let's see, what was it doing? So it's looking for permission params module or data module. Maybe I need to add another check here for changes. So let's try that. I don't think that's going to work, but I just want to see if I'm wrong. Okay, that did not throw any errors. What if we edit a role? Well, we definitely got some errors there. Okay, changes not found in... Yeah, okay. There's a way to resolve that. That's kind of gross, but it can be refactored later. Oh, I'm still not working. Okay. Yeah, so you can't even do fetch on the form. Well, okay, so let me delete this. That was not going to help. Let's see if we can at least re-render. Okay, so it's rendering again. But now I think if I make a change, it throws an error. Let's see what's happening. So we have changes. Yep, this form is maybe a little bit more complex than I want it to be. What do I want to do now? All right, I did something earlier that I think I may want to kind of bring back here. So initially I had a selected role, which was going to be nil, but I think it would make more sense to be, like a initial role schema. Okay, that works. And then, so what I can do here is I can say selected role, and then I can take that instead of using the change set data. I'm curious if that produces a different change set. Okay, so events can't be blank. Let's take a look at LivePermissions, so events. Validate required. I think I'm confused about one of these permission changes showing up here. So let's see, I'm gonna try that. Okay, so it's saying the module is invalid. So it needs to be an atom. Okay, that's interesting. So I think that may mean I did not quite. So when I need to cast. I probably need to cast that string value as an atom. So I think I'm missing something here. So cast value when it's binary value do I'll just stick with a try just because it worked before. So okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and recompile just to make sure it gets updated. Okay, so refresh this view and then let's try making a change again. Cool. Okay, so I was missing something on that atom custom type. So yeah, this was something I added. Oh man, I don't remember if this was last week or the week before. Time's become a blur. So yeah, this is a custom type that I've added to the live permission schema. So it can take a string, convert it to an atom. Well, it can do that now, but it can also take an atom and convert it to a string for the database. So yeah, so now it's doing what it needed to do and what it wasn't doing before. Otherwise, it throws an error, or yeah, returns an error atom. Okay, so far so good. It's actually looking the way I think it should. We've got action, so the change set would be changes. We've got errors. We've got data. All right. I'm going to try assigning the change set again. All right, watch it. It's going to blow up anyway. Yep. I see. Okay, so it's trying to call compiled events on the string. But I don't, so like user live settings is an atom here. That's from changes, line permissions. So I'm curious what's under changeSet.data after this change. Is that where the string value is coming from? No, it's not it, huh? By the way, if you're watching and you see some glaring error, just say something in the chat. Bail me out. Okay, so I've got change set, selected role. Like the change set seems like it's doing what I want. I think I'm too deeply nested for my sanity. So at the high level, I have the role. Within that, I have a list of live permissions. And then within each live permission, I have a list of event strings. And I think that's why I'm struggling here with these changes here on the LiveView form. But what's confusing to me is why it's trying, where's it getting the string value of the module and not the actual atom value? Maybe that's coming from data, from the permission data. All right, let me try this again. So permission changes. Module. And then I'm going to try to assign the change set again. Change is not found. Probably need to move this into a helper function anyway, so. Actually, what I really need to do is take a look at the permission data so I can understand what's happening here. Okay, so I've changed the module, which went through the update events function. Which also goes through a change set. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe the problem is I'm trying to update the whole role. I don't know. The change set's working though. Okay, so then what if nope, that broke. All right, I'm going to bypass that for now, so it's not going to actually change the chain set, but I will inspect the role. So I just need to be sure I'm sending the right data into the chain set. Status. Yeah, I mean, I think that's doing what it needs to do. It's structured the right way. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this kind of messiness and get event. So I'm going to use a private function, get events. For now, it's just going to return an empty list, but I do want to inspect the permission so I can kind of see what's flowing through. That way I can remove this kind of messy block here for now. Okay, so these are the permissions. So it should be safe to assign the chain set again. Probably don't need to inspect that one for now, and then okay, so for each permission, we've got our, okay, so that's what's happening. Params module is actually a string. Okay, I think that clarifies things actually. So how do I want to get this? I could go to source changes. Oh, my brain's swirling right now. So let's see, I'm gonna grab the source. The source, like the module could be, so when the page loads, I need to clear my head here. So I'm gonna clear the shell. I'm gonna reload the page. I'm going to edit. So initially, the source be chain set with empty changes and not empty data. If is, we'll call it if as Atom module dot compiled events, else empty list. I think that's going to do what I need. Clean things up there just a bit. All right, let's just take this. Nope, that did not work. Because LivePermissions fetch. Okay, so this would have to be dot module, I think. Okay, that blew up. Okay, I guess nil is an atom, right? Oi. Okay, things are not blowing up anymore. Well, that's interesting. Okay, I think I see what the problem is here. So selected role, and then I'm going to take that selected role. That should actually be the first argument for the change set there, if I remember, if I'm thinking through this correctly. So, it's still blowing up the events list. What has happened in previous live streams is nothing works. All right, I run into a problem like this. I might be able to get around this issue, but then I'll hack away at it after the live stream, and that focus time actually usually that's when everything starts to come together, which is unfortunate because it would be nice to do that during the live stream. Okay, so think I need to inspect the change set that's coming out of the change. We got a bunch of stuff going on in the so there's the change set. I'm going to stop logging the permission for now. Okay, so it's not actually blowing up there. It's actually blowing up in, or not blowing up. It's nuking the permissions events or something. Okay, so I've got manage roles, I've got user login. Both have empty events with no errors. But they are live permissions. Okay, so it's knocking out the label whenever it seems like it's knocking out the label whenever I provide these params. Huh, okay. Okay, I think maybe what I'm doing here, I don't know. So I'm kind of on the fence. I could see maybe refactoring this to only run a change set on the actual permission itself instead of trying to run a change set on the whole role whenever we, do update events. And that sounds like the thing to do here. So collapse that. I'm going to collapse mount. I do have live permission aliased. Okay, so man, the tricky thing is, so the change set on the socket is the role change set, which has change sets inside of it for the embeds. Okay. I think my brain is just sufficiently warped by this nested change set thing. You see, it's not throwing errors like where it feels like I keep getting just closer and closer. Like it's always just a couple of steps ahead of me to get this thing finally finished. But I think what I need to do is kind of commit this as a work in progress. So I'm going to go ahead and push that into the repo and then pivot to something after I take a short break. So what I'm going to do is take a short break, probably walk around the block refresh my get some energy, and then come back with a new battery for the camera and tackle something a little bit more fun, something I have a little bit clearer idea of what to do. So I'm going to think about that while I'm gone, and in the meantime, enjoy the hold music. All right, I'm back. So I've updated I've swapped out the charger for the camera. It had been charging, but I guess the charger that came with the camera was underpowered for charging a low battery and while the camera's on. So it is what it is. Right now, I'm just doing a quick check before I just looking to see if there are any changes on the dependencies before I pivot to something else. Doing that off screen here. Let's see. There was a change. Okay. So, okay. I'm kind of debating, like, do I keep trying to tackle this crazy form or not? What was that branch called even? Add role admin. All right, I guess I might as well share what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so these are the changes on this branch that I'm working on. Some CSS changes, listing users, added the new functions to the application module, added the code tracker. So this is the thing that whenever you're compiling, it will take all of the handle event functions and grab the event name and put those inside of an attribute called tracker data. And then at the end, it creates a function called compiled events that takes the tracker data, ensures that it only, it runs that through the unique function so that each event name only shows up once, and then sorts it. What else? Atom. Okay, those are all the updates. So yeah, most of this really is about the UI for admin, which is not for like role administration or like managing roles. It's not really working, so I don't necessarily want to merge that into the main branch in a kind of a half-broken state. So let's see, I'll probably tackle this for a little while longer before I really decide to pivot. So go back to role admin, restart the server. Here's something I've done a couple times, but I'm going to just kind of think through this again. Like, is this really the interface that I want? Like if this isn't the interface that I want, or if it's not going to be ideal, then do I want to spend a bunch of time building it? That's kind of why I tried to tackle checkboxes, but then I ran into problems with checkboxes because I couldn't use the inputs component because the events field is not an embedded or associated schema. It's just a list of strings. So the other thing that I was thinking about was for existing modules, maybe these should be read-only or disabled, where you would only be able to change the events for an existing permission, and then you could add a new permission. But yeah, I'm not sure at this point why whenever I change the module name. Okay, I think I need to come back to this get events function. When I was frustrated before, I had this function, and that may have helped clarify things. So before I change the module name, these are the two permission, these are the HTML form structures in Phoenix for these two live permissions. So we have the module for each one, and then we have the events. Those live under the data key. Okay, then what happens, like what changes whenever I update the module name? That's the question. So whenever we update the module name, the data key has, for both of these, it converts it to module and events nil. That seems weird. I kind of wonder if am I just misusing the change set here? So for live permissions, we get the change set, get the live permissions from the data or the params. We update the permission at the index. So I did the change set. So for each permission, this must be the issue right here. I think this is supposed to be, if that was supposed to be an atom key, not a string key. If that was it, watch. Oh my God. Okay, that was it. Oh, that's great. Okay. Okay, so I do have a problem where it's wiping the label whenever I change some of these fields, but we've made progress. So because it was a typo, like I was looking for a string when it should have been an atom. Ugh. Okay, let's see. So that function I think is working. I don't need to look at the change. I don't think I need to look at the change set anymore. I guess the thing now is whenever I do change set with the selected role, which has already has a label, do I have to supply the label again? Maybe I should put live permissions in the selected role. I need to. I've been using. Okay, that's what happened. So whenever I hit edit role, I've forgot to update the selected role. And this selected role thing may be unnecessary because the change set data serves this purpose, but I've seen it get switched to like nil values. So there we go. That's beautiful. Huh, okay. Sweet. Things are working. You know, just when you start to give up, that's when sometimes things click together, right? Let's see. All right, so I think this function is done. By the way, I don't think I mentioned earlier, I've started for this live stream. I've set my main monitor to I think 1080, like HD, which it's a little bit cramped on this monitor. It's it's a 4K monitor. It's decent size, so it's not extremely painful. But normally I'm using probably a 2K setting, but it seemed like that was a little bit too small for these live streams. So or a little bit too high resolution. So anyway, so now I can build this submit handler. Then I can take the role. Actually, I'm going to look at the payload again and just return the socket. All right, let's say I make some changes here to this role. I don't know if you noticed this, but now that I've been adding, like I just added a submit handler, and this option wasn't here until I did that. So that's the nice thing about this tracker that I added last week is as soon as I add events to a LiveView, the app recompiles because I've got live reload enabled, and then those show up as events here within this list. So that's really cool. So what happens if I submit? Like, what's the format? So that's the role. Okay, so I think I can kind of do what I was doing with the change. I'm just going to take that role, that map of role data, and what else do I need? So I need to get the assigns. I'll have the current user because I need to update, like the updated by or inserted by, updated by, whatever it is. Current user. I'll have the selected role. Then what else? So I'm going to go to role. I'm going to go to authorization.update role. This will be selected role. Actually, this form starts with an empty role. So there's a case where this form might be creating a new role. And so there's a couple of ways to solve this problem. Like right now I'm talking about updating a role, but I also need to support creating a role. I could, I think I could go into authorization and then do something like create or update, or insert or update, I think is the, let's see, what is it? Repo, insert or update. So I could add a new function called create or update role. And it would look like this: repo, it would be role.changeSet adders, and then repo.insert or update. So I think that's probably what I want to do here. So like what this repo insert or update does is it's like an upsert. If you've never heard of that before, in a database, typically you'll have a unique index for an ID, but you may also have a unique index for another column. Like for users, you would have email address typically as a unique column, username, that kind of thing. So if you tried to insert a row with an existing ID, for example, you would get an error. So you would need to update the row instead. Now you could fire a create. You could call the repo.create, and then if there's an error, then try updating. But this insert or update function will kind of handle that for you. So that's what I'm going to use here. Did I? Oh, I probably need to recompile. Got a syntax error. Socket. Oh yeah, I'm missing a equals. 96. There we go. I'm going to recompile just to make sure that authorization module, oh, it was already recompiled. So now that I've got my typos out of the way, should be able to do, no. Create or update role. It's not private. Create or update role. You know what? I'm just going to type it out. Okay, so it's not throwing an error. All right, so I may need to wrap this in a with statement. So like I need to handle when that succeeds and when it fails. Actually, there's only one step here, I think, so this might just be a case statement. So let's say we have an updated role, then I will I'm calling it updated role, but we'll just inspect it just to kind of see what's happening there. Make sure the data looks correct. Then we'll no reply. We'll just give it the socket I'll actually do a couple things here. I'm going to put a flash message. I have a new keyboard coming in the next week or two. So be ready for some, like my typing is usually good when I'm not live streaming, but it's going to get worse when that keyboard gets here. It's going to probably, I'm sure, take me a couple weeks to get used to it. So be ready for that. Okay, I'll probably, what will I do? I think I will also assign, I think I'm gonna like reset the form. So to do that, I need to do selected role is a new role schema. Change set is going to be change set dot, or no, it's going to be role dot change set. Okay. And then, so that's the success case. What if there's an error? There will be a error change set. Then I'll, oops, no reply. Take the socket. I will put a flash message. I will Charlie Puth a flash message. Flash error failed. Yeah, there will be better messages in the future. Then assign the change set will be the error change set. And I also need to, because of I think some quirks with LiveView, I need to put an action on the change set so that the errors actually show up. Map put I'm going to try not doing that and see if it still shows up with the error. Okay, that was good. I don't think that would have saved. Yep. Okay, so I do have, I need to render errors for LivePermissions because there's not a single field for that currently, and so we're not going to see errors if there are no LivePermissions. So I think with error tag, I can give it the field. Yes. Okay. So this is a little bit different use case from previous sections, like for the label and the status. So here the field is going to be LivePermissions. We're going to give it a class of call span full. We're going to close off that tag. So now if I were to hit submit, there we go. We get a nice error message. Please add at least one live permission. Can't do that yet, but at least we're getting the error message. And I might, so typically these errors are rendered below the field. And should I do that here or directly under permissions? I just wonder like about this gap between those two fields or those two elements. I guess it doesn't matter either way, because if there are no live permissions, there's no difference in the, I think what I'm seeing there is the extra space is a gap from the grid. That's fine. All right, this is coming together. Just every time I think I'm stuck, we kind of get around it. So that's cool. Things are feeling a little bit less hacky than they did when I started. So that's also a nice thing to see. Okay, so let me commit my changes here so far, and then we'll start dealing with adding new permissions. Yeah, I guess if I'm going to be a good citizen like I've been previously, I need to add a test for this. Go ahead and do that now. This is where it helps to have a higher resolution. So authorization test. I wonder how much of this create role I can just copy. All of it. Okay, so this test will be slightly different. So test returns a new role with valid adders. So then the adders would be module test module inserted by is going to be user.id. And then what else? Live permissions. Need to alias that. Oh, it's already aliased. Cool. I may need to reset my Elixir LS because it seems like oh, this is wrong. Seems like I'm not getting the auto completions I'm supposed to have, and that may be a compilation issue. Okay, so for this test, it should return a new role with valid attributes. I create a new list of one live permission for the module test module, which doesn't really exist and has 2 fake events. I've got adders. So this will be a map with a label inserted by LivePermissions. Is there anything I'm missing here for role? Got label inserted by LivePermissions. Status, which defaults to active, so that's okay. Then we're going to assert, okay, new role. And then we can do further assertions on that new role. I'm going to just run this test for now and see what's going on. LiveShowy / and this will be line 77. I sound a little bit weary this week. It's been up and down week. Crossed some pretty decent hurdles for the day job. Had a couple of things that could have gone better. But, you know, I don't have a lot of reasons to complain, so the weather's much nicer than it has been over the past few months. It's actually really nice out there. By the way, happy Pride if you celebrate Pride. It's June 2022, and we've got reason to be proud. Oh, typo. Yeah, it's not supposed to be $. Where were we in JavaScript or something? Interpolating strings. One failure. What happened? Oh, that's supposed to be a map, not a actual permission. There we go. That passed. Okay, so now I can make some assertions on the new role. I could be a little bit clever with this one here, so I'm going to go through enum, map. I'm going to do map from struct, and then I'm going to make sure that equals LivePermissions above. I think that'll pass. Indeed. Okay. Cool. So that's creating a new role. And what I want to do next is first I want to update this other one here. Great or update role. Okay. And then let's see, when it tests, returns updated role with Invalid Adders. So this one is going to take user as well as a role. Let's see. So first we're going to assert, okay, updated role. This is the outcome we want here. Authorization.create or update role. First argument this time is going to be the actual role that was created, and then we're going to give it adders. This will fail if we give it, well, it should fail, so let's make sure that happens first. Should it fail? So it's not failing right now. Create or update role. It's not failing because the role is already valid and we're not trying to push any changes. But we could try pushing like label nil. That should return an error chain set. Right, okay. But what if we're trying to let's see, let's change. Honestly, I forget what the label is currently on that role. So currently the role has a label of admin. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What if we just give it a new label? Then in that case, I'll go ahead and assert that updated role.label double equals updated role. Okay. Is there anything else I want to test here? All right, so each of those cases should return errors. So like a label's required, so that should return an error. LivePermissions requires at least one live permission, and status, like bad status, is not valid, so that should work. I'm going to run all the tests within that block. Cool. Whew. That works, except that it's not requiring the updated by. There is an update change set. I'm curious, like if the action says insert or update whenever we do this. So I'm going to inspect the change set. I'm only going to run 91 this time. Okay, so we saw that was inserting. This time, this change set should be updating since I'm providing it with an existing role. Okay, that's good. Lost my train of thought. Lost my train of thought. Okay, so it should be requiring updated by whenever it's being up, whenever the action is updated. I wonder if I can like validate if. All right, so I'm going to create a private function here. This is kind of a unique case because the change set needs that updated by field if the action is updated or is update. So first thing I'm going to do is write this function. Oh, all I'm going to do for now is just inspect the change set. Okay, so we don't get the action here. Can I run just 95? Well, it runs everything within the block. Okay, so going to just comment some of these things out so I can focus on one assertion at the moment. So I'm curious what's the state of the change set whenever it hits that. So I don't know if I can require the update from here. So like this action is what I'm looking at. Like right here. Let's see, where's authorization? So whenever I call this function, it's taking the role, which is either an empty role or an existing role. It's passing it to the change set function with whatever attributes are provided. That's flowing through this function here, the change set. Takes the role, casts the attributes. It does cast updated by. It requires inserted by. And it casts LivePermissions as required. I wonder if I can require like a minimum. Yeah, that's fine. It's already doing what it needs to do. And then the tricky thing here is at this point, at what we're seeing, there's no, so action on the change set is nil. If action was insert or update, I could actually use that to require updated by. But that's not the case. That's not happening. So how can I dynamically require the updated by column? Let me back up here. I think I may be able to use change set data. Okay. I think this will work. So change set data ID do okay. I think this will work. So validate update, it receives a change set. If the change set data has an ID that is not nil, or if it already has an ID, then it's going to require an updated by value. Otherwise, it's going to just let the change set flow through. Let's see if that works. Seems like it does. Okay, so let's see if we get some more errors here. So in these cases, we're going to be updating a role, and we should see an error because of multiple reasons. So I may simplify that actually after this test runs. Great, everything's working. Okay, so now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do invalid adders. I'm going to just pass all these bad attributes at once so I can check for all the errors that should be returned. So now I can delete these kind of clones down here. I can inspect change set. Inspect. So errors should be a keyword list if I remember correctly. And I can assert that there are keys for each of those, as well as updated by and the errors. Cool, okay. Keyword dot keys change set dot errors. Then I can assert updated by. I can assert label. I can assert status. I can assert LivePermissions. So each of those keys should have an error because I provided invalid data. If this test passes, then I understand what change set is doing here. Sweet. Okay, I've got a couple of, let's see, unused, line 85. Actually, 85 should be throwing an error now. Right, because it requires the updated by. So updated by, oops. Cool. I'm going to run all the tests just to make sure all the tests in this file are passing. And then I can commit this code. Oops. Okay. Which line was that? 248. Okay. Yeah, it's actually, so when I added that that cast to the atom custom type earlier, so it's actually converting the string to an atom. So it's not going to actually return an error for the module. So what if I give it another invalid data type? That should allow that test to pass. Cool. Then I'm just going to run all the tests while I'm here. By the way, hello to whoever's watching here. You can say hi if you want. All right, 0 failures. So I'm going to go ahead and commit the changes to authorization and authorization tests. Dynamic require updated by if role has I think that makes sense. And then what else? All right, that's not quite ready to be committed. Okay, so far so good on the new function there. There we go. Now it's connected, and let's see if I can actually save. All right, I want to inspect what's happening whenever I try to save, like update this role here. Updated by, that's why, okay. So updated by, so role equals map.put in the role map, we're going to put updated by user.id. That should solve that. 96. Oh, current user. Cool. It updated. It updated. See that? So you can see here that, of course, I'm not seeing the flash messages on the socket. I may have actually borked that earlier this week. So I'll take a look at that here in a second. But I am actually updating the role. I'm assigning the empty role to selected role, and then I'm assigning a brand new chain set, but I'm seeing all the data still in the form. Oh, yeah, I've got this extra no reply socket at the end. That's why. That's why we're not seeing the flashes, and that's why we were getting that. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to hit edit. I'm going to delete that and just see. Cool. So I don't actually need to put action, I don't think. Nice. Okay. This is one slightly annoying thing. I can kind of understand why we don't clear flash messages automatically, but you see this happen sometimes. You know, you put a flash message and there was already one there, so it just kind of gets added. So this time, if I do that, okay, very good. Everything's working the way it should. Wow, I really did not think this was going to come together today. I thought this was just not going to work. I thought I was going to struggle, and I did struggle. You saw me. If you've been watching this whole time, you've seen me struggle for sure. But it's working. So now I can I can at least edit a role. I don't have any support for new roles or for adding permissions to the list, but that's fine. We're going to do that next. So let's see what changed here. I'll just say handle submission. I think that's good enough. Cool. All right, so I think the last things for this branch, can't believe I'm saying that. Last things I need to do for this branch are new role, which is basically the same as, let me bring over here. So basically this. So I'm just going to copy that. I'll work on sorting these later. New role, I think, is the event name here. Don't actually need any data from payload. And we do need the socket. So this will be the simplest, maybe. There we go. Okay, so what if I do this and hit new role? Nothing happens. Oh, I need to be consistent here. So I noticed that I've been kind of mixing hyphen, like a kebab case or snake case for event names, and I think I'm trying to like settle on snake case for event names, just so that they're consistent and kind of distinct from coding patterns. So let's see if this works. That was easy. Okay. Now what I need to do is add permissions to whichever role. New permission. Okay, very good. So that's already kebab case, I think is what you call it. You might notice that some of these function headers, some of the formatting's a little bit jumbled here. Formatter's not automatically wrapping things the way it usually does, so I probably have a problem here. What's going on? Errors on dependencies. Okay, yeah, so this is why I'm not seeing everything getting formatted correctly. So what I'm going to do when this happens is I'm going to remove all of the deps. I'm going to remove all of the compiled files from the _build and Elixir ls folders. Then I'm going to run mix deps get. So there's a way of kind of clearing out all the cached stuff and kind of resetting the compilation. Hopefully that will resolve whatever error is happening there with the dependencies. Okay, so the deps are installed. Now the app needs to recompile if I launch the server. So I'll just do a mix compile just to see if that error goes away. That probably just won't go away until I actually hit save or like click back into a file. That should trigger Elixir LS, which is Elixir Language Server. While that's running, I think what I have planned next, I think this role management is going to be nice enough to give me, so this branch is focused on the administration or like managing roles, not necessarily checking roles within a LiveView. I do believe I've already got a session hook that does, okay, so yeah, I've already built in support for listing all of the allowed events for a given module, so for a given LiveView. So as a user, as you navigate to any LiveView, the socket will have allowed events assigned so that the LiveView module, like maybe in the next step here, in a separate branch, is to check to see if this user, whenever you perform some event, is that allowed? Is that event listed in allowed events? And there may be a way to kind of abstract that. Otherwise, I may just have to like add guard clauses or something. Okay, so everything compiled. I think I'm going to turn on, well, I'm on the fence about turning on warnings as errors. The reason being, like, I would like to catch any warnings about unused variables in my code. I'm not really sure if it's going to throw errors whenever there's warnings from dependencies. Like dependencies, a lot of times will have, I'm trying to think of an example, like deprecations, and those show up as warnings. It's good to see those, but I don't necessarily want to like block CI from building. So anyway, that's just something on my mind. Anyway, it compiled, so I'm still seeing this can't continue due to errors on dependencies. It just doesn't tell me much, though. Let me go back to mix X's. The other thing I could do here is relaunch, reload the window. I think maybe not. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete that build Elixir LS folder manually. Then I'm going to reopen mix EXS. That should trigger Elixir LS to run again. So it's compiling there in the background. You see all these dep folders or modules getting built. I wonder if there's like a Elixir LS status or like there's got to be a log or something. There we go. So maybe this will tell me exactly where. Okay, I see warnings. Okay, so now it's just telling me about the warnings. That's good. So I can clean those up. So change set was actually unused here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm putting a new chain set, not actually using the existing one there. Updated role is being ignored. Actually, I'm going to come back to that because I need to probably update the role that's in the table already. Let's see. Function get compiled events. Okay, that's a helper function I created initially that didn't actually get used. And then permission, don't actually need that variable name. Cool, okay, so back to updated role. So here, let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and break this into new lines just to clean things up a little bit. And then update roles, role. This is gonna be messy. So role.id equals updated role.id do updated role else role. Oh, I gotta say if. Duh. Okay, let's see what happens if we run the server. So I want to make sure whenever I update a role, like say I update the label, I want to see that update in the table whenever I hit save. Okay. No, that blew up. What happened there? So it updated successfully, but I think the update, so I think in LiveView, am I using the right, yeah, update. Okay, there is update. So in the assigns for roles, oh, this is the list of roles, not just enuming over roles. So, oh, this makes my brain hurt again. So let's see. I'm going to convert this into a function. Okay, so now I can do update roles assign. This will be a list of roles, and then this will be updated role. For role and roles, do if ID equals, I think this is where I throw in that function. There we go. All right, let's see if that works. It works. Okay. That's a goofy name. So what if I save it? That's cool. All right. This is coming together pretty well. I just realized I also need to add support for deleting permissions out of a role. So when you're editing this, you might need to remove one of these permissions. I'm not in love with how this looks here, but it's okay. I don't think I necessarily need to redesign this whole layout immediately. So, okay, so let's see. I think what I'll do next is handle new permission. I think I'm going to move this function in a place where it makes a little bit more sense. Update. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run mix format because I'm not sure if things have been formatting correctly. Indeed, they have not. That's going to make things a little bit more readable. Okay, so that, and got some fixes here. That's cool. Can't say I agree with everything that the formatter does, but I don't have any major complaints. Good enough. Okay, mix format. Okay. So the next thing to do, fold up everything that can be folded. Cool. Okay, and then delete role. I think the next thing here is def handle event. This will be new permission. There's nothing really to handle here. Oh, hey, Jay Velez-der. Let's see. Socket. How are you doing today? You must be really bored if you're watching this live stream. This is definitely less entertaining than just about anything else you could be doing on a Saturday evening. Okay, so return this socket unchanged for now. And then let's see, we should have a role Thanks for following, Lassev. Hello. It's almost Sunday. What, curious what part of the world you're in there, Jay Velez? Oh, and by the way, if I actually know you from somewhere, let me know. If we've met, probably at a conference or something. Assigns. Have I used a CSS framework before? I use Tailwind. That's my preferred CSS framework. So yeah, to answer your question, Lassev, if I'm saying that right. Yeah, this is all Tailwind. What you're seeing here, it's just basically building components whenever I can, and this is a very kind of early stages application. So since I'm not sure, I don't think I've seen either one of you here before. And by the way, hello to Spain. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm happy to be contributing a little bit of Elixir to Twitch. So I'll give you kind of a quick. Oh, and Denmark, even better. So awesome. That's amazing. I'm in America in Michigan. So LiveShowy is the app I'm working on. This is a updated version from a demo that I did at Big Elixir back in March. So this is kind of a new version that I intend to work over the internet. And so what I've been doing for now is kind of building up authentication and authorization. And take a look at some older videos, some previous videos about that, especially the stuff about authentication, because that's really cool. This application will not require any passwords. You'll be able to register and log in using just like an email username and then either like a USB security key or Face ID, Touch ID, Windows Hello, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm working on here. All that authentication stuff is done. The stuff I've been working on today in the past week or two has been authorization, so that users can access only portions of the app that they are supposed to be able to access, and they can only perform actions within those areas that are allowed. And that's all defined by whoever is running the application, which will probably be me for a while. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm working on here. Yeah, so I'll go back to role management. I actually want to check out Denmark. It'd be kind of cool to. I hear Denmark is a nice walkable place. Like here, you have to have a car to get anywhere, with a few exceptions. But yeah, I would like to live in a place where I don't need a car. Yeah, it's probably a little bit cooler than US anyway. So, well, I manage the authorization manually. I need dependencies for it. So there are some packages you could use for authorization. I think Guardian is one. Come on in might be another. I forget the line between those on like authentication and authorization. Yeah. In Ruby, they're like I forget the name of. There's like a real big one for Ruby that I'm drawing a blank on. I haven't worked a lot in Ruby, but I've listened to some Ruby podcasts, so I've heard of some of the bigger gems that you can use there. My use case is kind of quite different from most other applications. So this application is almost entirely LiveView. I'm curious if you've encountered LiveView before. If not, then I can do a quick explainer and see if it makes sense, because the existing packages don't necessarily translate to what I'm doing here. I don't want to go into explaining it if you're already familiar with LiveView. Okay. So what I'll say about LiveView on my app, without going into everything about LiveView, I want my app to work 99.9% in LiveView. Like, I don't want to do a lot of HTTP requests. I want everything to work over WebSockets. So, as much as possible anyway. So once you've landed on the LiveShowy app and you've signed in, I want everything you do to happen over WebSockets. And so a lot of authorization and authentication packages are built for controllers, which are more like what you would experience in Ruby land and even with traditional Phoenix apps. And you can still build controllers in a Phoenix app nowadays, but I'm opting out of that for this application. I'm keeping everything in LiveView as much as possible. So the kind of the way you solve these problems is a little bit different. But it also gives me some new ways of authorizing people. So this application, the authorization I'm building, at least this initial authorization, is all based on LiveView itself. So if you think about users that are going to interact with this application, maybe you in the near future, if I get it ready for demos, each person is going to be interacting with the LiveView. So that's really the thing that I need to authorize is this user authorized to do anything with this LiveView, and are there particular things in the LiveView that they can do? So the authorization system that I'm kind of building from scratch, and this is just the UI, I've kind of built all of the backend stuff for it, at least for this particular type of authorization. But what it's going to do is it's going to check whenever you access a LiveView, it's going to check and see if you have any permissions for that LiveView. And then if so, it's going to let you access that LiveView page. And it's also going to get a list of events that you're able to, like you can think of them as actions, but events that you're allowed to perform within that LiveView based on the role that you have assigned. So all that will happen over WebSockets. And that means that you don't see as much like loading. These requests are very, very fast because we don't have to check your authentication every time. Basically, you'll authenticate whenever you create the WebSocket. There may be a timeout eventually for, after you've been connected for X amount of time, maybe it would require you to re-authenticate. But for this app, it's just an entertainment app anyway. So the whole idea is you'll be authenticated the entire time you're connected, and then every time you access a LiveView, you either are allowed or disallowed to access it, and if you're allowed, then you get a list of those events you're allowed to perform. So at the very minimum, if you have permission for a LiveView, you'll be able to see things, but you may not be able to interact, kind of depending on what roles you're assigned. So hopefully that made sense. And the whole thing with this app is, so I don't even think I explained this yet. LiveShowy, so the demo I did back in March for Big Elixir LiveShowy was built initially to be an app that would allow people within an auditorium to connect to the app through Wi-Fi and play notes through their phone or laptop, through an on-screen keyboard or through a MIDI controller. So basically, in a nutshell, what I'm doing now is I'm taking that and trying to make a new version that will work across the internet. So if you played a note in Spain and I play, there's latency, so that might be a little bit too far for this to work, practically speaking. But latency, if you pressed a note on this application and I'm listening to it in America, over WebSockets, the latency should be much lower for these MIDI events that are going to be flowing through the application than it would be for a Zoom call or an audio call even. So I would have to research what latency would be between Spain and Michigan, but it could still be in the milliseconds range. And there's kind of a threshold. If you're playing music, I don't know if either one of you are musicians, but if you're playing music, typically you want, for rhythmic music, you need the latency to be pretty low. So this would work really well for musicians within a pretty close range. as long as they're on a decent, internet connection. And even for like slower music, like maybe ambient music or just kind of like slower kind of stuff, it might still work across states or even across countries. It just kind of depends on how the latency plays out. That's something I'll be researching. Probably it's going to take me a few weeks to get there. I don't know, maybe a week or two, because now that I've got the role stuff in place, I've got a couple more things to do here. I'm going to probably stick on a little bit longer now that I've got people watching. But once I get this role stuff out of the way, this is kind of the tedious part. After this, I can start building like a collaborative space where multiple people can connect to the app and start playing instruments, and we'll start hearing things. So that's what I'm planning on working on the next few weeks. What I'll say now is, before I forget, I'm usually, LiveShowy app, it's not public. So for now, I'm keeping it a private repo, but I do plan on possibly extracting out some pieces, like some of the authentication stuff seems useful to people generally speaking. So I may be pulling out some pieces of this app and making those open source. But other than that, like the best way to see what the code and what's going on is just these live streams. And I'm running live streams currently every Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern time in Michigan. So let's find out what that time is. Current time, Spain. Wow, 12 a.m. So you're 6 hours ahead. So 9 o'clock Spain time is whenever I'm streaming on Saturdays, FYI. But hopefully you can still catch, like you'll still see almost all the code while I'm working on this. I just have to be bored while I'm while I'm working through my problems. But yeah, the stuff I want to open source is authentication, if I can. I submitted a proposal to ElixirConf in America about WebAuthn, which is that passwordless or password-free authentication. So hopefully that gets in, and that would be a great time to release a package for that. So I need to kind of check with a couple of security experts, make sure that I'm doing things the right way in a secure and robust way, and that way I can confidently open source that piece. The other piece that I would plan on open sourcing eventually would be like some live components for WebMIDI. With LiveView, you can build reusable components, kind of like you can with most other frameworks, even JavaScript frameworks. And I think there may be some pieces of the app that I can extract out and share those as well. And I've started to see just a few examples of people open sourcing actual components for LiveView, and that seems to be kind of a new thing. So I'm going to kind of do a little bit more research. That's probably more like months in the future, though. So back to authorization. I think the thing I was going to do here was adding new permissions and then deleting permissions. So first, I'm going to leave that in place. Before I forget, I'm going to add a delete button for permissions. So I want to make sure that I don't forget to add that. And it's going to look kind of tacky at first. Then I'm going to come back and update this layout once I've got all of the data pieces in place. So for each permission, I need a button. This button is going to say delete. And then we're going to do Phoenix click. And then it's going to have a value of permission, I think .id. Let's see if we get any errors with that. Nope, it works. Okay, it's ugly, so I'm going to make it span all of the columns. Class. Cool. So I could delete this permission. I'm having ideas for how I want this to look later, but I don't want to get carried away with updating the layout before I've got the features working. Okay. So the button's in place, at least. So now I'm going to go back to new permission. I've got to remember where this goes. So I think this goes in the chain set. So I need to see what the chain set is first. There's chain set.data. Okay, so I think what I need is I need a new chain set. So this would be selected role. This is going to go into role.chainset. Okay, I think that's what I need. And then I've got to get the live permissions first so I can add a new one. What change set .data .live permissions. I think I can. Oh, I know what I can do. I can use the shorthand for prepending on a list. So it turns out I do need the, I need the role.live permission. There we go. All right, it's possible I've borked something. Yep. Spec params got to be a map. Okay, so let's see if that works. No, okay, so I think I need to map over the existing permissions, convert them all to maps. That's gonna be messy. Okay, I'm gonna I'm going to convert this to a pipeline because I think I need to do a couple of steps here. Oops. And then list dot. Okay, I have another idea, actually. No, I think I'm going to do it this way. There's like 3 or 4 different ways I could solve this. Insert list.insert at 0. So I'm going to put this at the very beginning of the list. It's going to be okay. Okay. I didn't get any crashes, so let's try assigning that change set to the socket. Then we'll see what happens. Perfect. Okay. So, all right. So what's happening is I can add a new permission to an empty role, or I can edit a role, add a new permission here. And that's cool. So that works. Then for each live permission, I can do that. Okay, insert at is not actually what I need because it's not going to keep appending. So let me take this, get to shuffle things around just a little bit. I think this is a little bit messy, but we're gonna make sure it works first before I start refactoring. Okay. So now, okay, it's still only adding 1, which is interesting. Oh, because it's getting it from change set data. Okay, so I need to inspect change set because okay, so the problem is, so I'm going to change set.data, which I think is the problem here. So change set.data has, like initially it has an empty list of live permissions. So I can append these brackets most time. Here it is. That's Credo. So I'm appending or prepending a new map to this list, but that chainset.data is just going to be an empty list, or it's going to be whatever's in that initial role struct, not what's in the chain set, or like not what's in the changes. Is that right? Okay, so what if I hit this? Okay, so bear with me. I think that's going to help. There we go. Okay. All right, that works for a new role. Let's try editing a role. That works as well. Okay. Layout's not great, but it works. So I can stop inspecting, make sure I don't have any more inspects littered out throughout this code. Good deal. All right, let's see. So new role is working. Delete is the next step. So let me commit that. Oh, I don't need the actual struct there. Okay, handle new permission. So if you're, I'm curious, are you a Ruby developer? Have you also tinkered with Elixir a little bit? I gotta say, it's really fun. Cool. I know there's a little bit of a delay between my stream and like when I say things and it gets out to the world. Doing some APIs. Cool. How do you like it? From Ruby, yeah. Yeah, I think you'll like it the more you get into it as well. So, value ID, permission ID. What can I say? Yeah, I think it's a natural progression, especially for Rubyists. So you probably heard like Jose, like the creator of Elixir, was I think a core contributor to, or like one of the maintainers for Ruby. Maybe it was Ruby on Rails back in the day. 2010, 2012-ish, he started looking for, he's trying to tackle concurrency in Ruby, and found Erlang, was inspired, and then wanted to kind of give like a Ruby syntax to Erlang. Also built a bunch of new features into the language. Fast forward, it's been 10 years since the first public release of Elixir. So I'm really, really happy because just a few years later, I started learning development, and functional programming was a very big piece of that. And I think, if you're comfortable with functional programming and it's not as complicated as it's made out to be a lot of times, then I think you'll be really happy. Especially if you get in, well, people have mixed feelings about LiveView. I think especially early adopters have had some more complaints because, things have changed. It's, changed a lot over the past, the first few years. But the changes from last November, I think, make it a lot easier to build things. And there's some even better features coming out, I think in the next month or two, that are going to help with component design and that kind of thing. Okay. And by the way, I'm using a component. It's not a component library. It kind of is. It's kind of not. It's a library mostly for creating components in LiveView called so this package is called Surface. So it gives you some nice abstractions. Your code, like your components, tend to look more like React components inside of LiveView. There are a few, especially like form components built in, and those are really handy and really, really fun stuff. So hard to find companies that work with Elixir. Made a few small Elixir repos, learning. Yeah. Before the last year, I had made a bunch of kind of toy projects in Elixir. Kind of planned out a big app and in Elixir. What else? Did a lot of work in PHP and JavaScript before that. So happy to be in Elixir land now. So the delete button is getting not the permission ID, but it's getting like the permission element ID, which is not exactly what I want. I wonder if I can pass in the whole permission and just see what happens there. Well, that blows up. So get events for permission. Okay, that works. So I will. Very good. I'll get the index for whichever permission I want to delete, so I can just pop it out of the list. What I really love about, there's a lot of things to love about Elixir, but pattern matching is really cool. It can be abused for sure, but I think it makes the functions more descriptive if you do it right. Okay, so I don't need to inspect that. So then I need to grab the assigns. Grab the change set. Change set. I think that's all I need. inspect. Label, label. I'm just making sure this is going to do the thing I want it to do before I actually start changing the socket assigns. Right, yep. Yeah, so pattern matching makes everything a little bit more explicit. Right, yeah. Yeah, the magic stuff, like the magic methods, that's something I started to see as I was in PHP land, looking at frameworks like Laravel and what else? In Python, there was Django and Flask. So I looked into those because I wasn't allowed to use Elixir on that particular job, or it just wasn't approved yet. I think, give it a few more years and it would be approved, like, hands down, if I was still there anyway. But what was I thinking? Yeah, more explicitness. More explicitness is a good thing. So it's getting... Okay, so live permissions will be the result of this. And I think what I'm going to do is enum.filter. I don't need a filter, I just need to remove delete at. That's what I need. Index. Oh, that's nice. So I'm just going to inspect that list before and after the change, after the deletion. Cool. What if I do this? Yikes. Not found in... Oh. I think that will work. That works. Okay. This is the one thing that I've done a couple times today that I'm thinking maybe a little bit hacky. Oh yes, because there's a function for that. So, okay, live permissions. I think this is how it works. Chain set dot get field live. Okay, I've got it backwards. So live permissions. Okay. So I'm just going to make sure that actually does work. It does. Okay. So there's a couple places where I need to, yeah, I need to update the way I'm doing that. So chain set dot get field. It's almost like someone knew I was going to need this function so that I wouldn't need to do this nasty like or comparison thing. Okay, and then I think I did that further down here as well, somewhere. I'm gonna leave, that one's working, so I don't want to break it, so I'm not going to change it yet. Okay, that's the only place where I'm doing that nasty kind of or thing. Okay. That was submit. I don't need to look into that. Okay, so I'm almost done with this delete permission step. The results are what they need to be. And then I need to update the change set. I think role.change set. So I need the selected role here. Would not be surprised if that gets wrapped into a new line. Live permissions. Then we can assign that to the socket. All right, will it work? That works. That doesn't work. What didn't work? We got an error. Expected params to be a map. Got a list of permissions. Okay, so I think the last thing I have to do here is convert all the permissions to a map, just to make sure they're not structs. Map.to, wait, from struct. There we go. That should do it. It works. Okay. Got to call the cable company about why they're sending me double email alerts. It's just a little bit distracting. All right. So now delete permission. And I haven't saved that yet, but if I hit save, I should only see, like, manage roles should disappear. That works as well. Oh, I'm not on call. No, that's just like marketing emails. I'm getting duplicates. So anyway, I probably should have been in Do Not Disturb for this anyway. There we go. Okay. Wow, okay. It's working. This app is doing what it needs to do. All right, the last thing I'll do here is, I want to just make sure I can change the status. Very good. I want to make sure I can add a new permission. I think one thing I need to do is there's an option for these multi-selects. I can do a prompt. So what you saw there, let me just try this again. Actually, let me not filter inactive roles. I'm going to go ahead and render everything. So, you know, if you're managing roles, you might need to reactivate one of these things. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and leave them all in. What was I doing? Okay, so if you do a new permission, it defaults to manage roles, but it's not actually, it doesn't have that actual value. So it's not rendering the events. So you have to kind of toggle a different option and come back to it if you want to see the events. So that's not what I want. So prompt, I think this is just from memory. I think this is where it works. There we go. Okay. Okay, now that's interesting. This one, I hit edit, and you can see the status. Like, it's neither one of these is active, but it's still showing active no matter what. So, so on the status field. Oh, duh, that shouldn't be active. I think there is a support for a default though. So if I go to the select, nope, go to okay, so if there is no selected, this is what I just had here. Okay, that works. Sweet. I wonder if this class works here. It does. Cool. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to update this table. I think the last thing I'm going to do probably on the live stream today is I'm going to refactor this table into more of a grid. Probably just a div with some grids inside of it. So I'm going to come back to that just a second after I capitalize the actual status. Okay. Just to make things look nice. Cool. So now if I hit save, I should see those. Nice. All right. Isn't this great? I could add multiple permissions at once if I wanted to. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. So this is shaping up nicely. Let's see. All right, so the last thing here will be, this is where I start to have more fun, is just doing CSS or like layout stuff. All right, Velez, are you full stack, back end, front end? Do you have like preferences? Like what's your happy place? backend. Scared of CSS. Yeah, I'm a full stack developer. I can do layouts, I can do components, styling, and everything. You could always learn more. So things on the front end change. Well, they change a lot more rapidly if you're using JavaScript frameworks. But if you kind of stay aware of like design practices and like grid and flexbox and like how to do things efficiently, then I think like you can focus on like a handful of tools these days and not have to necessarily understand everything about CSS. So like, I guess the rule of thumb I would point to is like, I just don't use margins anymore. So, because margins are complicated, and as long as you're using grid or flexbox, either for layout or for specific components, these days we're lucky. Like with modern browsers, as long as you don't need to support Internet Explorer, you can use grid and flexbox, and those support a gap. So let's see. I'll kind of demonstrate this while I'm building up a grid here. So I'm going to use, I think I'm going to start with a grid for this. So currently it's a table, and it kind of works as a table, but I think I want to make this work a little bit better as cards or something if the screen gets smaller. So between each row and column, I want to have a gap of 2. So at a small screen, I want to have grid calls 1. And a large, I want to have grid calls 4. And I'll start there. So for roll and roles, we're going to have a div. Each div is going to have a little bit of padding. Wait a minute. Not padding. This is going to be the group of buttons. So I'm going to take all these buttons out of here. Okay, formatter's not quite picking up this HTML stuff. That's fine. Okay, so that's going to be column 1. Column 2 is going to be the label. This one's going to be the status. And this one is going to be another for comprehension, because I want this to look a little bit nicer than it does currently. So for permission and role.LivePermissions. Go ahead and wrap that before I forget. Okay, and then here I'm going to have each one wrapped in a span. How comfortable are you with HTML, I wonder? This will be permission. I get you. Not implemented for permissions events. Oh, permission dot module. Okay, we're getting there. So this section up here is the new grid that I'm building. The section down here is the old table, which I can now delete. And then what's nice is I can try out responsive just to make sure this works decently. There we go. So we can do this with grid. It's a little bit trickier to do this with tables. So see that? So these grid columns, currently they're, so with grid, with tailwind, the way it's defining these columns, it's defaulting to fractional columns. So each column is an equal size. But what I want is I want a little bit more flexibility. Like I want these columns to, like I want the first column to be as small as possible. So I want a little bit more control. So I'm going to do auto, 1FR. I think that'll work. Okay, that works. And okay. Now I think I'm going to move the buttons to the last column. Going to update this just a little bit. There we go, that works. Okay, so then here I'm going to make this flex. And I'm going to make each button, I'm going to give it flex 1. That way they all kind of fill the space. Take the equal amount of space. There we go. Now, it works, but it does throw, like there's all this space here that these buttons could be taking. And this makes these rows higher than they really need to be. This is the tricky thing about HTML and CSS is like knowing like what do I want and like what actually looks right and then what is going to work for users across the board. And that's the tricky part, I think. Making it happen is also tricky, but less so. Let me try doing this. So I think that will help. Just want to make sure this wraps nicely. Oh, that's great. Look at that. So this will work nicely across multiple screens already. I mean, it's not great. I got some more work to do with the layout here, but that's looking better. I think the question now is like, do I need to label these things? I think they're kind of self-explanatory, but I might do something like font bold on the first column. Yeah, I think that works. I would like to like remove this elixir. Like, so this is like the fully qualified module name for any module. You don't usually see elixir like as the first section there, but it's there. It's usually just kind of hidden away because everything starts with elixir. But when it's being rendered here, it's rendered as the full atom. So I'd kind of like to chop off that first part. I wonder if there's any helpers for that. No, there's not anything in the atom module that would help with that. Okay, everything's working. I think I'm going to merge this. I'm going to open a PR and get this merged while it's in working condition. The only thing I haven't done here is implement the duplicate button, which I think for now, I'm going to call that a nice to have. I don't really need that. If I want to copy one of these, I'll just do it manually. Like I'll just create a new role right here in the UI. Okay, so cool. And then let's think about, okay, delete's not doing anything. Delete role is the event. Oh, duh. Okay, yeah. It doesn't remove the role from the table. It just marks it as deleted. So you'll see this. So it's inactive right now. Now it's deleted. There we go. Okay, great. I was like, what happened? Okay, so convert. Time to PR. Roles could be managed through an IE EX shell, but this would be impractical. Okay. I did update some tests. Let me just make sure everything's passing. Curious, what part of Spain? Like if I was going on vacation sometime in the next year to Europe, what part of Spain? Where should I go? Where can I avoid the tourist trap? Barcelona. Yeah. I need to do a screenshot of that before I open this thing. Okay, so yeah, I think 20, 30 minutes from a nice city is a good place to be. I've kind of been on the fence about, going to more of a metropolitan area. Living in a downtown either temporarily or permanently. And my options are wide open at the moment, so. Just rerunning tests so I can get a clean output without all those compiled files. Drop that in here, and then I'll do a screenshot. I think if I go to Barcelona, I'm legally required to go to a football match, right? Okay. Right. Okay, so I think I'm gonna move these new role, new permission buttons, and maybe even the save button a little bit further up on the form, just because they get kind of hidden. And there's some hacks I could do to the layout to make the permissions scrollable while keeping the buttons at the bottom. That's something I want to probably tackle later. So for now, I'm just going to move them to a more visible area. Fortunately, they're all grouped together in that div. So I can move them. I think up here is where they should go. There we go. And then if I added new permissions, they can go on forever. Sweet. That makes more sense, I think. Okay, that does. They are a little bit big. Those are some big buttons. Not gonna lie. So we're gonna shrink them. Part of that's because I'm on 1080. So let's see here. They're kind of at the default size. I think let me make them small. Maybe access goes to Bravo. Sounds fun. All right, I think I'm gonna go with small buttons here. I do wonder, like at a higher resolution, is that gonna be tiny? hopefully this doesn't destroy the live stream. That's maybe too small. That's reasonable. I think I'm going to stick with small buttons. I think that those will work. Okay. Wow. I mean, Twitch handled that like a champ. Did not even flicker whenever I changed resolution. It's nice to have a M1 MacBook. I'll tell you that much. Okay. So I think the last thing there was just moving the buttons, making them smaller. I think I actually need to do the same with the delete. So yeah, the delete button's a little bit big. Probably doesn't need to be full width. Like, where do I want to put that? Okay, I'm going to do something a little bit hacky here. I'm going to put a placeholder there. Or, now this would make more sense. So I think I'm going to make this a div. I'm going to make this full width. Call span full, and then I'm going to give it items end. I think that's what I need. Okay, I think justify items. Okay, tailwind, help me. Tailwind. Is it a line? Okay, maybe it's justify content. All right, let me need to inspect. See what's going on with this flex. Okay, call span full. Justify. No matter what, it keeps... I'm trying to get this delete button over to the right side. Maybe I'm wasting my time. It probably doesn't really matter. I could, you know what, I think I could update this layout. This could be better overall. Like the status is way too wide. None of these options are that wide. They don't need to be this big. Label, like, I mean, yeah, maybe you could theoretically have like a book as a label, but I don't think we're going to do that either. Most of these fields really don't need to be this long. They need to be half as long, really. So I'm thinking maybe I shift things around a bit. So let's do that. I'm going to get out of diff mode so that's not too distracting. So was there a change I wanted to save? Go ahead and commit that change and then work on the form layout. Okay, so currently form is using grid as well. Aligns everything on baseline. Hello, easy game, easy life. Welcome to the Elixir LiveView Phoenix party. Working on LiveShowy. Let's see, so currently it's only 2 columns. I could make it 4. Let's just try making it 4 columns. You know what? Back up just a little bit. I think I could, let me see your grid. Is it inline? Inline dash grid. Okay. I'm gonna just try making this whole grid smaller. That might just be the solution here. Okay. Voila, there we go. Hey, thanks, Velez. And yeah, if I'm in Spain, I'll hit you up. Like I said, I'll be back online streaming next Saturday, 9 o'clock Spain time, if I did the math right. But 3 o'clock Eastern time for like New York time zone. So anyway, thanks for stopping by and for chatting. That was a lot of fun. Well, thanks for the recommendation. I'm not really working with JavaScript frameworks, so not quite relevant to what I'm doing here, but free to watch, and working with a framework called Phoenix LiveView. So that's pretty wildly different from most of the other frameworks, especially JavaScript frameworks. This is a application that works primarily, the way I'm building it, it's going to work primarily over WebSockets. So yeah, it's a little bit different from like React and Vue and that kind of stuff. Those could work over WebSockets as well, but not usually by default. So is this even wrapping the full width? It's full width. Place items. Oh, this probably needs to be Flexbox. Wrap. There we go. That's what I wanted. Sweet. Okay. So these buttons are stretching, and I think I just want to make them not stretch. I think the way to do that's going to be items start. This is hard to do with a with everything set to 1080. Ugh. Flex wrap. Flex one. Oh, duh, I'm looking at the wrong buttons. Perfect. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna hit the screenshot, update the PR, get it merged, and call it a day for the live stream. So I'm happy to answer questions here before I end the stream. Probably give it another 5 minutes or so. If you're curious about anything with Phoenix, LiveView, WebSockets, happy to chat. Let's see how these tests are going. Let's see, how long has it been since I ran any tests? 6 days. Okay. Cache may be expired. Oh yeah, because I did install a new dependency. So previously I've set up my actions so it will compile. It will keep all the compiled files. Okay, I've got a credo warning, so let's see, what am I getting that? one little space. Fix credo warning. Anyway, like I was saying, so I guess the last thing I'll say for today is one thing I've spent time on is improving the efficiency of the CI pipeline. So I think by default, well, I think I used a template for GitHub Actions on an Elixir project. It works really well, but the thing is it recompiles the entire application every time the job runs by default. So I updated the caching configuration for this app so that it will actually keep those compiled files in cache up to 7 days for GitHub. That way these builds run a lot faster. As long as I'm, running some actions once every week, once 7 days hasn't passed, then it will reuse those cached files. This is how it works. Now it will invalidate the cache if the mix file, if the lock file has changed. So if I've updated a dependency or added a dependency, those are the kind of things that will typically update the log file, and that would invalidate the cache, so it would need to recompile again from scratch. And that's what it did the first time that this job ran. It may have actually used the cache this time. So I think GitHub will only store the cache if everything passes in the pipeline. So I don't think it actually was able to save the cache on the previous job run because there was a error, like a warning from Credo. So it threw that error and probably did not save the cache. So it's recompiling things now. We'll see how long this run takes, and then I'll run it again just to show you what it looks like whenever it runs with cached compilation files. Okay, yep, it's posting things to cache now. That's great. So this is already a pretty fast little job. It's 2.5 minutes, just under 2.5 minutes. It was successful. That's nice. Now I'm going to rerun the job. This time we should see the cache being restored. And it should run under 2 minutes. It should be probably closer to 90 seconds. And when it does that, it's just a thing to behold. The nice thing is it's not recompiling a bunch of Beam files when it doesn't have to. It's basically just, work that's already been done can be reused. I know this is going to be wrapping up shortly, so I'm going to go ahead and start the old/new theme song for building LiveShowy. Okay, so yeah, some of these steps that are flying by real fast would have taken longer if I had not cached all of the dependencies, or all of the Beam files at least. This one was node stuff, Beam cache, risk stored, nice. So this mix test, you see it only had to compile 4 files because it was able to use the cache. So yeah, 90 seconds, take that. All right, so let's see. Let's take a look at the pull request. Everything should look good, and I should be able to squash merge. This one had 40 commits. It's maybe excessive, but it's going to be squashed. Yeah, All right. Well, if you came in at the end and had a great chat, thank you for joining. If you watched earlier, or if you're watching this in the future, thanks for stopping by and watching me build LiveShowy. I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, it always seemed like it, but it definitely is more fun when there's someone watching or interacting. So that's great, and that's what's keeping me going here, helping me keep momentum doing these live streams. So yeah, now that I've got role management, I think, out of the way, I'm going to, I think the next thing I'll be working on is more of the interactive stuff. I want to start having fun with LiveShowy. So that involves setting up instruments and spaces where people can interact with each other remotely. So that'll be the next few things I work on. I may tackle some of that before the next live stream, so don't be surprised if I've got a few new features built in by next Saturday. But I guess now's a good time to remind you that I live stream, I have it scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern time, that's New York time zone, every Saturday. I typically plan to stream for 3 hours or for 2 hours, but yeah, if there's any interest at all, I will stick with it and stay on for 3 to 4 hours, kind of depending on energy and kind of what I've worked on. So today I'm at 4.5 hours. That's the longest one yet. So again, thanks for joining me. You can find me on Twitter at Owen Bickford, and my handle on GitHub is @type1full. Thanks for watching.